Hey, Trevor, thank you for the contribution to the Facecam challenge. We have hit our goal. Thank you, thank you. Bucket. Alright, well, I have no idea why we got raids the first time for like 4, 6, or whatever we had. But now it seems to be happy. Must have just been glitchy after the first update. So let's hope that it's all happy now. Alright. What to do today? We've got the 2 cars. Face looks pretty happy. I don't need glass now, but glass is cheap. We shall make a little bit of this. A little bit of this. Hey, it did actually catch me. Try to make this look nice. It's nice. It's nice. Again.
Hello?
But,
How's it going?
how do you do?
Good.
That did a thing. Alright, what are we working on, Trevor?
I know I'm gonna be adjusting the saw blades. Just two of them. And plus finishing the treehouse. That's what I'm working on.
Alright, well, I think I'm probably going to work on the garden a little bit on defenses.
Okay.
How shall we deal with the bots this time?
Good question. um, I don't
Start
know.
with getting some saw blades.
Yeah.
How do we want to run them? Engines are the deadliest, but actually, besides the upgrade components, there's not really a downside to running the engines all day, all night.
Yeah.
Do we have any extra engines kicking around?
I'm not
Like
sure.
used.
No. No, Dave would give me one, and I give it back to him. And I got two on my car now. um,
stuff yet.
I don't want to do that. Nothing there.
Not in any of the chests.
I think they're all in use.
Yeah, I didn't make an engine.
Alrighty.
You must always end up using them. It's not that expensive. I didn't make a switch.
No.
Oopsie. It's alright. No. Maximum connections reached. Only get 2 connections right now.
Yeah.
I need the more upgrade components for the engine. I might also just need more engines. This is a long wall.
Yep.
This is going to be a really awkward, kind of deadly contraption and building. It might not work, but
Yeah, for
who
sure.
knows? It's not any fun unless you find out.
Yep.
Mhm. Sonic Nick, thanks for the host. How's it going? You around? Not. Tell them I said hi. Welcome, everybody. So, working on some crazy ideas for the garden. Don't really have the components or anything to get it all going, but this is kind of my thought for now, at least. Looks kind of crazy and diddly. So if they get hit on this side, they should get knocked back. If they get hit on this side, they should get sucked into this, and it should break them. They can't pass through it. It hopefully will stop them from getting punched through and just my crazy idea. We'll see what happens. But to get any of that actually going, we're gonna need quite a bit of upgrades for everything, so oh, we have our treehouse over here. This is the big project. Got a couple pretty nice cars. That's taken most of what we have. Tactical retreat. Maneuver. Into now it's much closer than I would have enjoyed, but yeah, that's what we need. Upgrade component. It's lots of them. This is a pretty new world. This is what, episode 4, I believe. So was acting a little weird right at first, so kind of made me hesitant to get going on farming. Well, it seems to be happy, so when I first got on this map, we were getting alerts for like 4 or 6 low tier. All we had the very first time we farmed. And you're getting alerts for planting like nothing. So I wasn't sure what the heck was going on. But everything seems to be happy now. It seems to be acting normal. You get your free 9 frees. Wow. Nothing but batteries. So I have no idea what was up with the gardening glitch. It was relatively soon after one of the updates. So we'll just put it to that. Getting lots of batteries. Should make a. Maybe I'll make a electric engine too at some point. Use it in the garden. I'm really liking this map so far. It's got a lot of nice stuff. You can see we're right by cotton. Found a couple farmers, not like, oh my god, farmers everywhere. But yeah, there's a decent number of them around. Embers not too far away. Nice to get some farming going. Of course, it's nice to have a little bit of protection. The farm. I think I'm also gonna build in saws into the wall. So some of the places where they might be able to approach at some point. Let's keep adding more saw blades in there. And nothing else that slows them down, makes them think twice. Gonna hang out. I mean, recoup some life. Cool. Thanks, bro. Alright, we hit our Facecam Community Challenge. The very beginning of the stream. Trevor contributing over almost 47,000 points. Almost single-handedly pulling this off. Did get a couple people popping in contributions, but for the most part, this was paid for by the mods, Trevor and Sergeant Grumbles. Awesome people. I'll have to pick a day for doing that. Put on the banana head. The cam on. Pretty much all of it. Dungeon Keeper, thanks for the follow. How you doing? Getting started on a new map. Yeah, better go drop stuff off. Doesn't take long to fill up the inventory, especially if it's half full of milk. This is our little tree house that Trevor's been setting up for us. We wanted to do something a little bit different. So everything was right here on this little platform. We've started to expand out. This is our garage area. Pop the cars up on pretty quick. We've moved the scrapper down since the treehouse is so tall. Who knows? Maybe we'll just keep going and end up with the some craft bots wired in up at the top. Makes sense for how we're set up. So this was our original little area. We have our little kitchen area here. And then come up to our main area. We have like our reception. We have our little cook area. That's for the dress bot dude. And I have to keep this stuff organized as I can. And that's got pretty much all the stuff. Not have much food in the camp right now. So what's this about David wants to go out in the forest someplace, some random spot and make a huge farm?
He wants to go in the middle of nowhere. And, what was it said?
Trigger an alert. That's
Yeah, do a level
weird.
10. Do a level 10 raid.
Which is what? I forget basically.
3 or 4 tote bots, 3 or 4 hay bots, 1 or 2 tape bots, and 2 or 3 farm bots.
And that's just for the first 3 days. The problem is, like, what do you do in between? Like, that's fun for, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever it is, while we fight that off. What do we do for the rest of the time in between that?
I have no idea. Yeah, I just found the raid levels if we want to plant and how
Yeah, that's
many.
the same thing that it was before. I don't get why we got attacked for like 6, 4
Yeah,
or 6 earlier. That must just been a glitch. But
it could have been a glitch.
alright, we have 10 sandwiches, which for a lot of
And
people is still not a lot. So
yeah,
I'm gonna go do some more mini planting. There's not enough time gone between yet. I'm not sure.
yeah.
Eventually we'll have to figure out how to get this all auto watered.
Yeah. For sure, with that many plots.
Hey Adam, how you doing? I'm doing good. Trying to get the farm defended. Trying to decide if I should make a electric engine. I think I will. We just kind of let all this batteries go to waste. Also gonna need more upgrade components.
Alright.
Both of these engines are gonna have more. Nice, he just got it an hour ago. Maybe if you like creative, go spend a little bit of time in creative mode. So you can play around with building stuff before you have to worry about grinding out all the pieces that you need. If you can, put together a small group. This game is playable single player, but it is not forgiving to single players. It doesn't have a like a difficulty or a slider bar for things. You're just all in. Uh, Building stuff is pretty easy because it's very visual. So you're going to get this connection tool and you're going to look at your engine and you're going to draw a line to the bearing that makes your tire move. And then you're going to tell it which way to spin. It's really easy. You don't have to spin forever in the settings and different things. So that's really nice. One thing to be careful about is some things you can do on the lift, some things you can't. Make sure when you're done messing around with stuff that you take the lift out. So you're going to put it on the lift, then you'll be able to grab stuff. Everything's going to go back to its neutral position. So it makes it really easy to mess with different things. But if you try to get in and start doing stuff, it now actually tells you to take your lift off because like you can't drive, you can't do anything because you have a lift. So now it actually tells you that because that stumps so many people and could really be frustrating. Um, let's see, you can grow 9 things. So as you find some seeds, they're going to be right at the beginning, and some soil. You're going to need a little bucket. You can grow 9 things. Um, After that, you're gonna start triggering hatred. You're gonna start getting alerts going. So you want to be careful. You also every day that you have food growing, the number that you can have before you get a alert goes down. So you want to be careful. So big farms bring big hatred. So I'm making some defense. Uh, right now it's not that impressive because it needs lots of upgrading. Alright, so I can upgrade this once, which will get me a couple more connection points and more efficiency. We'll max that out, and we will grab our connection tool, run out, and connect these spots. It's gonna look a little bit better now. So a couple of these guys are like too close. They're slipping through there. Probably might be okay. Like this right here is what I'm talking about. If it goes through, should be fine. I'm not sure. So as these go around, if they're on this side, it'll knock them back this way. If they're on this side, it should pull them into this and break them. Probably just go look up the Wikipedia for farming. That's what we did recently. They can bring a lot of hatred if you do the farming wrong. See, and this one's happy. I don't know. This is just my latest crazy idea. I have no idea if this will work. So for small raids over 10, when you first trigger them, you'll get a couple of the, thank you Adam, the green guys. You'll get like 2 or 3 of the green guys attacking. Once you get past that, then you'll get the 2 or 3 green guys and a hay bot. And it just keeps adding up every time you add like 10 or 20. So they actually go by the points that what your planning is worth. So these are 1, all these are 1, and then corn and cotton are 1.5. The fruit, which you either have to go out and find fruit seeds or go trade them are 2 points, and the broccoli and pineapple, which you get from warehouses, are 3 points. You have to watch out when you get to 80 and 300 points total in your farm. At 80, you'll start getting the blue guys, and at 300, you'll start getting the red guys. So it gets really exciting really fast. No, I don't think I've really heard about Stormworks. What's it like? Compare it to something. I'm really into the open world survival with the crafting and also just thinking of taking some of these and if I can. Mm, 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 mm. No, North Shop. Alright, I like the open world sandbox. And co-op, does it have the co-op? Alright, so as long as I stay under 10 for the first night, and I'm not sure if you keep going, the number that you're allowed is gonna drop, but I'm not sure how they calculate it, so be careful. As close as I can figure, that's kind of how it goes. Uh, each night that you continuously farm, your allowed number goes down. So if you farmed like 20 for a couple nights and then you went to do that 80 or 300, the allowed number would be lower than that. And so you got to be careful because I've like been on the third night and had like one or two things planted still that didn't get picked that and got that raid notification again. And it wasn't a big raid because it was only like for one or two things planted, but you don't reset your timer, which is probably what you're going for at that point, which is the part that kind of sucks. So no raid timer, should be able to just leave this, go do whatever. If you do have a timer over by your farm, it'll be a little red timer. It'll count down and it'll go towards midnight. So I would be past it. The alert, your kind of wiggle room is between midnight and 4:30. So if you plant between then, you should be able to avoid uh, your next alert, your next raid happening. Kind of sucks when you plant in the middle of the day and then you end up getting two raids for one crop. If you're gonna go for multiple days, then it matters a little bit less. You're still paying more for those last days, but yeah, Mr. Tough Guy, eating on stuff you know is friend. Hmm. Science, we need this thing. A very large, very picked over ember forest right in front of us. Not completely empty yet, but dang. So I don't get to use it yet, but I got my chair set up.
That's nice.
I figured out my favorite part of the chair.
Oh,
It came with white gloves to assemble it.
oh, interesting.
Not kind of funny, but
Yeah.
and then like it wasn't dirty. I had like one teeny little smudge of like grease or
Yeah. Interesting.
heck. What you get when you buy a super expensive chair. Yeah, I just need to fit it into my room. So I have to figure out what I want to get rid of.
Yep.
I don't think it's my other really comfy chair that I'm sitting in. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Because this is a really nice, expensive chair too. It's just not a computer chair.
Yep.
Alright, is that any better? I'm also leaning forward a bit, but at some point I need to get a better mic, but I've been know what I'm looking for. I'm just waiting for them to go on sale because they're stupid expensive. But hey, everything is for this. Maybe I'll get a try to find a in between setup. They have them, they're just. They don't have the best reviews. Seems like an item that you don't want to buy the low-end one. Hey, Two Pugs is now online.
Sweet.
Wow, it's now playing Scrap Mechanic.
What do you do?
Yep.
Oh joy. Darn dead.
Hello?
Oh, there he is. What what what's happening?
I'm trying to work on the garden a little bit. Trevor's working on the
Nice.
base. I've put a engine and an electric engine over
Just want to send me an invite.
by the garden.
For some odd reason it's saying that neither of you guys are playing on any server or any game.
Hmm.
I don't know. So that.
Um,
That looks like it worked. Okay, cool. Maybe no, wait. Ooh, connection lock. Let me restart my game. I might restart Steam real quick. Steam.
So have you guys been getting any of the free games?
No.
You missed out on The Long Dark.
No.
Yeah.
Today's game is Alien Isolation. I have it on the PlayStation. Uh, very frustrating. Um, maybe I just suck, but I could never really figure out any rhyme or reason to when I was successfully sneaking around versus when I was unsuccessfully sneaking around.
Gotcha. Alright, let's try this. Quick. Join game. What do you mean
But
it's not playing any servers?
there are no servers, it's scrap mechanic.
It says you're not, like, it says, I can click join game, but it says that you guys aren't
We're
in a
not in a game.
joinable game. Yeah, it says you're not doing
Are,
anything.
are we in different versions or
I think so. Is there an update?
I don't know. It took a while
No, look like there's an
for my
update.
game to start, but that just might be my computer acting weird.
Close. Your connection lost. Uh, hmm. Try a break game? Do we have anybody else doing anything? See if I can join, like, anything else.
Trevor got right in.
I know, I'm wondering if it's Steam. Steam occasionally does this to me where it's super unhappy and it's like, no, you can't do anything right now.
Weird.
Listen, Steam, I'm trying to do something. Could you, like,
Cooperate.
because there's like a million people on the internet now. Might be part of it, actually.
You know, that's what
Okay.
the internet's for.
Hmm.
Everyone wants to be online all at once so we can do stuff with our friends. So we all need to be online. It's the new thing.
Hmm.
Let me know if there's something you want me to try or
I have no idea. What's the quickest game that I can do multiplayer? Uh, something that runs on Steam servers. I have nothing installed that easily uses Steam servers. Oh, darn you! It's inconvenient.
darn you
Try this one.
inconvenience.
This kind of has Steam servers. It's not great, but let's see if I can connect to anything in this. If not, then maybe I can internet.
Does anyone else have any connection issues?
If needed, I will just, well, actually, if this doesn't solve problems, then I'll just restart my computer. I will try that. That occasionally does something.
Yeah.
If that doesn't do anything, alright.
We will curse the internet wizards.
Keep poking at things until something works. This one shouldn't do.
Not supposed to be tricky.
Connect? Will it connect? That's my question. Yeah, it does connect. So I think I'll restart my controller's not working.
It's okay, nothing to see here. Everything's fine. Ooh, shiny box. Yeah, you're right here, angry robots.
Angry robots? I know.
Angry robots.
Alright. If I can't connect after restarting my computer, then I'll try like 2 more things, and then if not, then I'll give up.
Then I'll say it should have worked.
Then I'll just resort to watching for the night, and then hope that something changes. I really don't want to do a bunch of, like...
Mess with your internet stuff.
Well, yeah, no, I really don't... Well, not at the moment. I'll do it... I'd be fine to do it tomorrow, but just not right now. I do not have the energy required to go through and debug and figure it out. Probably can, just lazy. I also have somebody who knows a lot about this stuff at my house right now, so that might be useful.
Can you play the sympathy card with them in any way?
Play the what card?
Any type of sympathy card, or
Wow, good, probably.
you need
Maybe
help,
if I just
or
disconnect
you're
his
just
computer,
lazy.
he'll fix it. If I make it so his isn't connected, he'll just fix all of it. I don't know. So one thing I don't want to do is have to restart my router, because there's so many other people here. So much damage. It's not actually much effort, but just disconnect him. The laziness is real. Interesting.
Hmm.
I'll figure this out. It might take me 6 years, but I'll figure this out.
You can do it.
I believe in myself.
I can put together a fancy chair.
Oh, did it come?
Mhm.
I may need a picture soon. just to bask in its glory.
I don't get to use it yet. I'll have to
Oh, it's
ask
just gonna
for
sit forever.
permission if I get to take
Gotcha.
pictures and
What is it just like sitting in the corner?
yeah, basically.
Okay, cool.
It was like you want to take it out of the box and set it up so you don't have to do that like
Yeah.
the day of. It's like,
Yeah, sure. You may
uh,
as well.
yeah, not really doing anything else.
I don't know what else to do. One of those. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah.
But yes, I've been told it
Cool.
comes with restrictions now.
Gotcha. Alright, I respect that. I respect that.
I can ask about pictures. That might be in the gray area.
Well, if needed, I can wait a couple days. I don't actually care. Like, it's just a couple days.
Hmm.
Yeah, nothing else going on.
And then you'll see it all the time. And all the time, I mean, like when I turn on Facecam for a couple minutes, because I think something's funny and I want you to see it.
Alright. Sounds like a plan.
Or if I decide that I just want to have cam on for a bit. 'Cause
Maybe you'll fall in love with it. Face cam.
I think for certain games, certain things, it might be better. I think Rocket League might be better because like I lean and
You get to see that intensity in your face.
well you get to see me like especially like when I'm sucking or like when I'm sucking but when I'm also like way into a game when I'm like way into the flow and I'm up on the wall and I'm like my shoulders start tilting and it's like I'm on
I
the
get
wall.
that.
All right, gotta visualize. Got it. All right, we're gonna put ourselves on the wall. We're gonna turn our shoulders and then like trying to. And then I say like when I'm sucking because like when I'm trying to get back and defend and I'm failing miserably and I'm like turn quicker, get over, get do the thing and get stop the ball, go over.
Thing. Please,
So
just do
like
some.
I get a little extra animated as I like get excited and miss and
Alright, alright.
because quite often I am missing. So we'll be honest about that part, you know. Oh man.
So that didn't fix it.
Wow.
So let's see what happens if I try and view game info again. So what happens now? View game info. So you're not. Alright, I'm gonna restart my computer. We'll see what happens then. Alright, I'll be back.
Alright. Best of luck. Christmas miracles. If that doesn't work, shut off dude's computer. Last resort. Alright, Really need a cow. Holy cow, we need a cow. We need a cow radar.
There we go. That'd be nice.
Sandwich. Ooh. That's close.
See what happens. Throw in your guesses now. Will it work?
Is it all happy?
Don't know. Right, launch game. Start. Start. Okay, well, just launch, so that's good. Nothing different from last time, but still good. Still not working.
It's not good. Oh, there's a red guy.
I do not know what to say. It is not working. I
Yeah,
have to sit out.
not good.
Maybe let's. I don't know. I don't. It is also very cold. Holy moly. I need to close my window. Oh boy. It just doesn't do anything. It just says that you're not playing a game.
Weird.
I don't get it.
Should I restart?
I don't know, you can try, but I don't know.
May I have a stopping point, Trevor?
Yeah.
Let's try it. It should only take a minute or two.
If not, then
Restart the game.
if it
We'll
doesn't
be
work,
back.
then if it doesn't work, I'll figure out what's going wrong and I'll make it for next time. I'm gonna close my window in the meantime. It's cold. Like freezing temperatures are super unpleasant. I have to say.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Moving to Lucas, not and I have a blanket. Alright, now good. Good.
Alright. Back in.
Let's try. Alright, well that looks better. That looks much better. I think it's gonna work this time, so that's good.
Nice. And it was all worth it.
You know what that looks like? Oh goodness gracious, what the heck is happening? Huh. I am stuck in the wheels of the car. I am like in the blocks on my screen. Can someone come and move this? Like I can pick it, I can click
Trevor?
new creation, but I can't place it anywhere.
I'm coming down. Give me a second. Well, loading the
Um,
graphics.
Okay. That's interesting. This is a new one. Okay. Move the hut. Don't park. No, I'm not in the right jump. Then crouch. Nope. Can't move. Hey, what? Hi, Trevor. How's it going?
Good.
I'm having a moment. Oh,
Yep.
like, I'm just literally in the car. Ooh, that was laggy. Okay.
But hey, you're here.
I'm here. I have a ride. And I'm not stuck in a block this time. Where are we going? What are we doing today?
We need to upgrade the engines for the farm. Our defenses. I'm just kind of messing around, goofing. If you have a better idea for
No, but
have a bearing, line of metal, and then a saw blade attached to it. So the saw blades cover more area. But we need to get the farm going. We need to get guns.
okay.
Is there anything anyone else has on their to-do list that's
I'm blowing up rock.
did your car need more upgrades, or you're kind of at a stable position with it?
Oh, it's more than happy.
Trevor's pretty much got the base laid out.
Yep.
And replace stuff and upgrade it and customize it as we go now. So I think that means try to get the farm defenses built up a little bit.
Okay, go.
Is there anything else we need to
Not that I know of.
make or do or
I'm only thinking of maybe more drills on the front of this thing. Maybe like 6. So it just kind of hugs the rock and destroys it.
more drills isn't the end of the world. Especially since you're drilling metal, so it's like you're bringing back what more drills are made out of, so.
Very much so.
I need to get better at like maintaining a decent sleep schedule and whatnot. Like,
Welcome to the party. Sorry.
so you know how like I stayed up too late and stayed up doing all that streaming
Yeah,
and
and you're up every day till then.
and then I was like, well, I need to recoup from that. So you know what I did?
Something?
No,
Oh,
that would make sense.
got up early and did it again.
No, I didn't stream more, but I stayed up super late playing a different game.
Why?
I don't know, just couldn't sleep once you're on that schedule.
Because
Yeah,
yeah,
don't
no,
really have anything else to do. And, like crazy apocalypse, nothing matters, time schedule. So yeah, after staying up till like 4 and being like, oh my god, that's so late, I stayed up like past 6 the next night.
you
Jeez.
at that point you just stay up and then you just cycle through until you have a normal sleep schedule again. I've done that
That's
before. I did that in
what
high
I
school.
used to do in high school to like
That's what I
get
did.
back on my summer, get off my summer schedule onto a normal schedule. I can either try to force myself to sleep at a decent hour, or I can just realize that that's not gonna happen. And
I highly suggest making it happen. Otherwise, you're gonna hate yourself later.
I started going to bed earlier and earlier. I only did it that one night, but really, that's enough.
Oh. I just like punched a chunk of rock and it like went flying and then just glitched straight through the ground.
Weird.
Very weird.
All right, Trevor. I was told a thing.
Oh,
Now
oh,
stand between this.
oh. Okay.
Happened? So lost. What's going on?
Oh, okay.
What? Why? What's the point?
It throws you.
Oh,
Yeah. All right. Okay, that makes sense.
Does it? Where'd I go? It threw me like off my screen. I was like, I don't know where I went. I teleported.
Interesting. That makes sense now.
It does not make sense, but it is some sort of teleportation device.
So what can we do with it?
I don't know.
Well, we need to find something.
Can we make the bots fall into it?
Of course we can. Can you place it sideways and walk into it? Is that a thing you can do?
I don't know.
Well,
Yeah,
test
put
it.
one of these out here.
Can you have the bots like follow you into it?
We just need to track into the farm, into it, into an obstacle course of them.
How to eventually work. You know what they say. What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah.
One, two, three. Listen, thing. Woo! Alright, this is my record so far. Almost to the building. Do you see me, Trevor?
Nice.
And I only like flew and made like flying through the air noises for like a half a second. So you teleport and then you start flying. Very weird.
Yeah.
Glitchy teleportation device. As far as glitchy teleportation devices go, that one's like up there.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so I have an electric engine and a regular engine. I have a cow in the farm area. Don't ask me how, I did not put him here.
How did you get him there?
Thank you, thank you. Should we turn on the defenses and see how the cow fares?
Of course.
Farm defensive helpless cows test instantly pop success.
Do one of you guys want to do me a favor and do me kind of like an Uber fuel delivery?
We have some fuel ready, Trevor.
So it's not essential, but at some point it will be useful.
Let's see.
I know I went and got a chest of it at one point. I'm just not sure.
As well as maybe some, like, milk or something.
Whatever happened with it.
Just mining a
There's
bunch.
not much in here. There's some like 10 gas.
Oh, alright.
And I did not
Well,
see the extra chest. There was like one odd one that just stuck up that
I probably took it. Actually,
had,
no, I think I put it on Trevor's car.
well, it should have had like a ton of oil in it.
Is it in Trevor's chest in his car? Let me make sure it's not in one of these.
No, it's empty.
No, it's not here.
The one I'm
Interesting.
thinking of should have had a bunch of oil in it. Not like
I've
full,
got
but like more
nothing
than
in
half.
either of these. Both of these are empty out here.
It was the take the pump and switch and chest and go collect whatever.
Oh, gotcha. I don't know.
Let me make a new one and go get more. It shall just take a little bit longer. Hopefully I didn't upgrade the engines all the way. I still have. How much gas do you think you need?
Yes.
100?
I don't
200?
know. I've probably only got about 30 or so left in my fuel tank. But I'm doing a lot of mining right now. If you couldn't tell by a slight decrease of frame rate. Or maybe it's just me that has a slight lowered frame rate.
No, it's everyone.
Okay, I'll start breaking them.
Alright, got the pump going.
Cheap to run into this machine. Actually, I should drop all my materials off and then make sure I'm actually sucked in the bed.
Yeah,
And then run into this
yeah.
machine up here.
I'll make a few hundred and I'll bring you at least like two or 300.
I'll just bring you
You
2.
probably don't want like your whole inventory full of gas.
I got lots of chests on here. I got 2 big ones and 2 little ones. Loads of room.
Alright. Once we reached our community challenge goal, now we just need to decide when to do a face cam with the banana head.
It's gonna be a 12-hour stream, right?
No,
We do a charity one.
probably not going to be super long. Kind of hurts my head to have it on for long periods, but we'll do a super awesome shorter stream.
Oh, come on.
Alright, while this is doing something, I'm gonna go run and film something. Guess by saying something got delivered, and I'm not sure. Let's check. Let's double check.
All Amazon deliveries over this season. Tis the season for delivery. La 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 la. I'm not creative enough to think of more lyrics for this, but I don't know. Just gotta think harder, I guess.
Yeah.
Ow. Punched a rock that knocked me out. Meanie. You have to take it out on me.
They were right.
Oh, All right. What's all right? All right, all right, all right.
Alright.
All right. Who's
Got it.
all right?
I got an email saying that my video had arrived. My package.
Fine.
And I wasn't sure because they, didn't knock on the door. It came later.
I feel like there's kind of a time where they just kind of leave it on your doorstep and hope you get the email.
Yeah.
Like your dinner time-esque feel.
Hmm. It's been sitting out there for a little bit at least.
Ice cold.
Yeah, they said it'd be here by 8 at the latest.
It is 10.
Yes. Like I said, that's not when their email came. Yeah, I'd have to look. I'm sure their email came later.
Right in time.
But it's all here now. It's all that matters. Alright, here's a nice little tip. If you're struggling trying to get these guys lined up, look at that little green spot with the circle, and it will line it up for you. This part will automatically just go. Let's get back down to this. Like that. Mm. So pizza burgers for our reunion. We're gonna do this, right?
What? What did you say?
Pizza burgers.
What about it?
We're gonna make some for when we hang out.
Oh, yes, very much so. I would. I'm so down.
So we just need
Pizza and burgers.
red onion, fries.
Okay.
Do we need
Easily
like
done.
pizza or do we just need all the toppings? It kind of looks like it's just a bunch of the toppings. We could do the
Uh-huh.
top part
We just
as
make the
just a
buns
slice
out
of
of
pizza. But
dough.
we're kind of lazy, so
Wow. Y'all are lazy. When it comes to food, we specialize occasionally. It's the one thing I don't skimp on usually.
alright. So do we want just a piece of pizza for the top bun, and then a pickle, or do we want to just like melt a ton of cheese and put pizza toppings on the top bun?
Maybe. I think. I don't know.
This also should like be good
Seems like you
tasting,
make.
not like a
Seems like you
waste
make
of
a good
food.
burger,
It looks
and then
cool.
you melt cheese on top and put some like toppings on the top as well as in the middle. I don't know. I'll do some looking at my T-shirt and then kind of get an idea from there.
I think we maybe make it so it can be dismantled and be functional.
Ugh, gross. Functional food? Ugh,
Do you
crazy.
really want a bite of 2 burgers and a pizza and fries
Yes.
in one bite?
Yeah. Have you ever heard of a California burrito? Like fries and beef and potato and all that fun stuff in one.
We'll have to try this.
It'll be fine.
Experiments must be made. And then, like, or we can just go. The revival baguette looks like it's pizza on top too. They look like they also have jalapeno. There's green chunks on the burger, but
Maybe it's olives? I don't know.
on the revival baguette you can clearly see that it's jalapenos, full jalapeno slices. I don't know, just a thought.
I think it's gonna take some experimenting.
Yeah, it might take a little bit of experimenting, but
We could
I
probably
think
throw some
that
pineapple in there.
might be kind of cool to like have some scrap mechanic-esque food and do a little party for. This has
Can
been
help with milkshake.
our big game, you know.
I can help with milkshakes. That's something I do know quite well how to do.
So I think we do milkshakes and milk. We could get a bunch of different types of milk.
Alright.
If all we're doing is drinking milk, then we should milk and milkshakes.
And raw vegetables and fruits.
Then I don't know. Doesn't it kind of make sense to get like different types and like it's gonna become milkshake most of it. You know, that's my thought. Anyways. What else could we do?
I don't know.
I
Check
don't
the
think
things.
any of us really want the veggie
Yeah,
salad.
not really my thing. Kind of a carnivore of myself.
That's why I didn't recommend it. Throw it out there. Um,
Trevor, you are so quiet.
we could do a veggie platter.
That's more doable.
And we'd have to cook up some beets. Like,
It's not hard.
possibly. Or just leave them off the menu. But beets then right aren't bad.
And some corn.
Yes.
Can't skim pad on some corn. Working part.
Imagine if we just showed up to like a little company party. Like, oh, we got food covered for our team.
I don't think anybody would mind if you showed up with burgers and pizzas
And corn
and we're like and corn. It sounds like a really good barbecue.
and milk. Or you guys have soda or water? Got milk.
Milk and milkshakes. Sorry.
Yep.
We have all sorts of milk though, if you're curious. We have goat milk and sheep milk and yak milk and
I wasn't
ostrich
thinking of
milk.
going
Don't have to
that
have a
far.
good ostrich milk, but we got it somehow. It's a long story.
Right
Yeah.
story. Hello.
Howdy.
Might I interest
really-
you in some handy dandy gasoline?
Yes, I would love some.
And how about some milk?
At some point, yes.
Should I just throw this all over on the ground?
Sure. Either works. Jeez.
Alright.
It's like a wild goose chase, but more exciting. It's a wild gasoline chase.
Remember, it will despawn eventually.
Yeah, I just need to break this rock and then I'll go pick it up. And just let that grind. Uh, there we go.
Should keep going for a little bit, right?
Very much so.
Alright, so to go like cheap and ultra fast, we need pizza and burgers and fries and a can of corn and some beets.
Maybe some carrots.
Beets and carrots and
Like some of the easiest cheap stuff that you can get on a veggie plate.
mm-hmm.
broccoli and cheese.
That's why I'm thinking that we get like a veggie platter,
Yeah, there you go.
and then we can just add a can of corn. And we could probably have a way to heat it up if need be, if someone actually wants
Bring
them.
my torch. Or I'll bring my forge, actually.
And
It can heat us up in winter. I'm pretty sure it can heat up a can of corn. Did I seriously miss a chunk of rock on here? How did that happen?
so like everything breaks the corn now. It's so weak.
Oh,
The
I drove
rock-
into that one.
I know, but like I've seen rocks fall into
Tree
the
fucking over.
corn and break it. It's like, wow. Everything breaks it now. Which is cool, but at the same time, it's like, wow, that's. The ones in the front pick up better than the ones that are in the middle.
Yeah, but ones in front are full.
Mm-hmm.
So I just have to kind of finagle my way around. No, oh,
Yeah, I'm just saying that's what I noticed was that there was a difference.
You just have to be a little slower.
Also, the ground's a little bit different the way it.
Or
So, pizza, burger, fries, and a veggie platter, a can of corn,
the refuel left in the engine or in the fuel tank.
milk, and milkshakes. And we're calling that our ghetto cheap quick version of a scrap mechanic
Good lunch.
party lunch.
Yeah, I think so.
So we should do that for our little group. Or
At some point, yeah.
so we'll have to get from like 3 different places. Probably Wendy's, because if they're still around, they're the closest fast food place. But whatever works. uh, one of the big pizza places that deliver, and then someone will have to make a run to the store at some point and grab milk and vegetable platter
Really not at it.
and a can of corn.
Breaking. Alright, I got one trying to break it. Not as efficient.
It bounced it out of the way.
Oh, corn.
Now when the car is a corn magnet, it's just a blessing. There's another
Yep.
3 more nodes back here.
I need like another scrap bot.
Need more stuff that you can turn rock into. You get so much while you're trying to mine for the metal. It wouldn't be bad if it was more versatile. Which just means, like, make more items that use stone, make more items that use cement, make more items that use higher level cement. And they could be decorative. It just... you get so much of it, and it's not super valuable. I need a cow. Hey, cow. Holy cow. 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 Still need a cow. save ya. Oh, holy cow. I love that bot. Cow. Psst. Cow. Psst. Cow. Come over this way. Nothing to see over here, dude. Go away. Oh, turn your back. Walk away. Especially considering we have no guns. Over there. Cow. You do not want to go that way. Yeah, pay no attention over here. Red bot of hatred. I just need to see the holy cow. Head of a beast. Walk right away from a line of corn into the path of a red ball. Come on. Come on. Really? Do this. Don't get us both killed. You got 2 jobs, cow. 2 jobs. Alright, that's 3. Eat the corn, give me the milk. Don't get us all killed. You can do this though, right? All hell. Alright, now cow. You can go play with that red bot all you would like. No? Sure? Go say hi. Ah! The cow just kicked the farm pot like 5 stories high.
That's always fun.
What have they done to these cows?
Made them much more entertaining and a much more viable defense.
That was hilarious. You see him like vault over to the cow, and then you just see him go almost straight up into the air. He had a little bit of an arc to it, but almost straight up. That was great.
Does a significantly better job of calculating like its hits when you're not in the beef. Like it just touches. Hold on, like just kind of let it do its thing. Or stop breaking things. Let it kind of slide into.
I've seen this
something.
before.
Oh, perfect. Like, but it breaks it significantly faster. Oh boy, ouch. I don't think it's making its way downtown, but it just destroys everything actually in a reasonable amount of time, rather than taking 6 years.
Yeah, doing like tiny taps on the gas works so much better than.
I'm just gonna let it do its own thing and let it slide slowly down, and I'll break these pieces while it's destroying them. Actually does all of the grinding instead of having to break it yourself. So much better. Trevor, if you get bored over there and you want to throw the collection box or 2 on your car and drive over here with the scrapper on it, that would not be a bad idea. I have 4 maxed out collection boxes.
Just the first 2.
Filling. No.
One's
Well,
empty.
it's starting
You
to.
have 3.
Wait. Before I started this one, I was completely full on all of them, and I sat here for a minute or 2 doing nothing, waiting for it to collect some. But yeah, we're gonna need more space if we're gonna do these other 2 as well. Clean up some of these.
I should make more tiers. Mm-hmm. Or have like a big chunk of metal that you need a better drill. You need a hardened drill bit to I'm also kind of guessing that we might be spending way more time than they think it should take to, like, get done with the story.
Ooh.
But if they're smart, they'll make a mode for that. Seems like there's quite a few games that just have their own, like, extra hard survival mode after the story.
Beautiful. Crunchy. Hi, Trevor.
But
Hello.
we shall know very soon what the heck they're, like, aiming for.
We're gonna do this. That's not working.
So hungry, Trevor.
I'm knocking down this tree for you guys, mostly just because I changed the car and I'm too lazy to move the car.
Us lazy? Never.
Alright, here we go. Leave that guy there. Should slowly, as we go, just start rolling down into it as I get caught up breaking this rock. Okay. Now just get it breaking.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Alright, Adam, have a good one. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. I'll catch you later. circle around. Ooh. Hop on there. We try to do some fun stuff on the Discord.
Oh my goodness gracious.
And if you have questions about scrap mechanic or anything else, you can post stuff on there. This game has a really good community, so
I was standing too close to the rock when it exploded.
Papia.
Punch me. Okay, I need to pick up some things so I can feel it.
They're all broken, but they're peppered, like in under the rocks. But
Yeah,
they're
I just
broke.
need to
That
pick
helps.
these up.
Yeah, these pieces moving around. Not a favorite thing.
Yeah, Trevor, if you want to just come grab some of this broken stuff, I'm completely full.
Okay.
Alright, are we ready? Actually have to drink some milk before I can move. There you go. Yeah, go get them. Yeah, I'm completely full. You'll have a bit more space. Yeah. How are we doing on... Jeez. Holy crap. Alright, I guess I'll go start knocking down this next one.
That's it.
Okay.
Yes, you ordered a hat.
Oh, yeah, I guess I did, so never mind. All is good.
Oh wait, this one isn't yours.
Oh, I think the hat is on its way. I'm kind of making the hat as we go. Oh, I think I can feel the hat being made. There she is. Oh, nope, not quite yet. getting there though. Is this something back? Or is it because there's something under it? It's because this is under it. Oh, here she comes. Timber.
Do you guys have any big plans for the holiday?
Sisters in town? Oh, not now. Pretty chill here.
Christmas has been pretty like chill and like there's no little kids around, so get up later. Yeah. Kinda slowly open presents and hang out and
Let's see if I can quickly pick. Oh, sorry. We're just gonna
nothing.
quickly pick up this kind of stack. Apparently, this car is a little too high to easily pick up this pile.
Come on, get the wood, get the wood.
So no promises, but I'm thinking I'll probably pull off some type of stream, probably some couple mini streams.
If I can find time, then I'll join you. But I just gotta make time.
But like there's always kind of time in between like the planned events. And which at this point with, like I said, with no little kids around, it's wake up, eat some stuff, open some stuff, eat, hang out a little bit, and then everyone kind of wanders off and does their own thing for a little bit, and
Yeah.
then
Goodness gracious, Trevor. Alright, here's how we're gonna do this. Hold on. No. Stop.
And then stop and do a meal.
Well, that'll work a little bit better, hopefully. Like, let's make sure both scrappers are running as efficiently as possible. Then I can pick up some of these. Let's see.
That
This
was
definitely
great.
is a dangerous place to be sitting and breaking rocks, right? Ow! Ow! Okay, don't stay there.
This rock falls right where you were standing, like two
I got
Yeah.
knocked and punched around by something that did a bunch of damage because I was hitting drills.
but like right when you moved, the big rock fell and like would have flattened you into the.
I'm kind of pancake.
I'll leave this car here. Gonna go get some food for my character.
Okay. I
Yeah,
think we're probably done, so you could probably drive back to the base.
Okay.
Let's see, I think that's everything. Yeah. Cannot see at all where I'm going, but you know, whatever. I think I'm stuck on this tree. Did I miss any?
let's
Oh,
see.
something way over there flashing. Well, this guy here. Now, let's see. Don't see anything else. Would you like a ride?
Yes.
Here's me. Components and a beat. Ooh. Let's see. Whoa.
It's a lovely little farm you've got there.
I want you to look at the resource box. Real quick. Just look in this box.
Very nice, very nice. Happy little box there.
5 stacks of metal. And Trevor, you've got a handful probably in here as well, yeah. Okay, that's probably more than enough metal that we'll need for a while, as well as all the stone we'll ever need.
That's what I mean about the stone. I wish it was more useful. Just
Maybe if you just were able to get a
oh,
different drill that was more likely to get metal out of it rather than stone. It's got no use for the stone.
mhm. What if you could have your drill be more efficient or
Even if it just gave like a 50%
a
higher chance
higher
of
rate
finding
of
metal
drop?
rather than. Oh, whoops. Ow.
I think they should do some what crazy random type resources. So like you get a purple metal or a yellow metal or something, and or a flower or whatever random thing, and then somehow in the crafting you get this option that you can use that and make a special component, special thing.
Component Mark II.
You can make some special, kind of custom one of a kind-ish item, or uh, like a garment box.
That was really fun.
Yeah, 62 health.
Survivable is what I'm hearing.
Damn, I landed right on top of the cow pen.
I thought it was kind of great. Let's see. Alright, let's drag some of the stuff into here, and we're gonna make a couple more drills, because I want a couple more drills.
How will we ever afford it?
Alright. Well, I want to make some more springs, but we have no oil. Because we all of it to make gas. So, I'll be back in a moment. Actually, I really shouldn't go here, because I imagine this is where you got most of your oil.
No, I got it from the
Oh,
little
you got it from
pond
the
thing.
well.
hmm
Okay.
So I got Jurassic World Evolution. It's a open world survival craft type game. Obviously
No.
set in the Jurassic Park world, but it is single player.
Too much.
So, but the base game was like super cheap. So they suggested it since I have all those things that I love in games except for the co-op part. So
There might be a mod. Hopefully that is more than enough oil to satisfy my spring need.
Alright, so I do kind of like your idea for battle royale with the bots out in the middle of no place.
I thought it was gonna be kind of fun.
Just,
Do we need to make? Oh, I've got an even better idea. We
just
could, once we kind of get set up, we make cars,
make what?
battle cars, our own battle bots, battle cars that we have to drive around and survive in. Like after we're pretty much as rich as we can be, we have 1 million of everything. Let me just go and waste a bunch of materials by blowing it up with bots.
Well, I was just thinking, like, what do we? That sounds like a fun thing to do to have like some huge, like we pull it off and we get all that uh, food.
Darling, it wasn't me.
And if
There.
we don't pull it off, then we have a huge fight and, we get that entertainment. My question was, what do we do in between?
Explosives. Go and take as many fun blocks as we can out of the warehouses.
Because, like, when we're waiting for the next midnight to come around for more bots to fight, what are we
Farm potatoes, probably.
what are we doing during the day while we're waiting for the next big raid?
I don't know. Like struggling, dying, a little bit of both.
But otherwise, it sounds like fun. We could do it. Um, I don't know. I'm trying to think how we can make it more entertaining. Nothing's jumping right out to me.
We put explosives every here and there inside.
I wish you could raid the warehouses and actually get something substantial. Alright, we can do a little bit more of this teeny bit of farming at a time, but we need to do some big farming, which means has anyone been bringing back soil? We're like beginning of the game, we need the soil. It seems like I'm the only one that's really brought back
There.
soil.
Usually I just throw it in a chest.
Like I know at some point no one brings back soil or seeds, but for early game we don't have a farm.
Yeah.
We,
Makes sense. I can do some raiding probably. Do some hunting around, see if I can find some things.
I did not see any soil anywhere.
I don't know. It might have been used.
Yeah, anything that I found was put down. And the craft dress spot has been righted and put in under the sign.
Didn't take too long.
Yep.
That is really loud. Okay, alright. Just gonna make a couple of these, just so you can have some. I'm doing what I do best, which is another stupid idea, so this is going great. Yeah. Okay. Connections reached. It's not very useful.
Oh, okay, I have a lot of happy feet.
This can't be a stupid idea, right?
What are you doing?
Nothing. Nothing. I'll just maybe connect that to the actual gas. And then, yeah. Ah, darn it. It's not high enough off the ground. Oh. I just want to get a proof of concept, though. Trevor, look how diabolical this thing is.
Nice.
It doesn't work because it's too close to the ground, but like, it does a pretty decent job of doing damage.
Yep.
But like, oh, actually, maybe not, because it wiggles around. Maybe that's exactly what I need. Hold on, I have to go do some testing.
The wiggle was built in on purpose.
It was intentional. I need to go find a rock. That's a tree. I don't want the tree. Darn it.
Vivian, thank you for the raid.
Ooh,
How are you doing?
great night. Great night. Oh, great night.
What were you playing? Did I slaughter your name? You usually do that around here. Some scrap, nice. Thank you, D-Pugs. D-Pugs with all the cool emotes. I got one for that. If you've got some cool emotes, drop them. Emotes! How long have you been playing Scrap Mechanic? Are you new to the game, or are we winning? We are on day 4, so
Okay.
we're getting established. But we've done this a couple times, so this is our treehouse.
I need a rock. Ah, I see a rock. Alright, let's see how mean and
3 weeks,
destructive
a
this
couple
thing is.
months. What are we, 4 months now?
Oh my
Yep.
god, it's been a while.
But a lot of hours in that time.
Well, actually, maybe not. This is not working nearly as well as I would like it to be.
This was the main thing that I streamed. The only game that we all had for quite a while. It's nice. It was a little hard to find the right location. But
Our parking is a little awkward, but
yeah, we're kind of making adjustments to it. Had a
okay,
grand
I'll come back to
vision,
this spot.
and
I'm not as stoked about it as I would like to be. The
it's
idea was
so the original idea was that we would go from one big tree to the next big tree. But this thing is humongous as it is.
dude, it's so big. That sounds wrong.
But
Alright,
it,
Aaron.
it
Oh,
could
darn it,
end up
tree!
getting bigger. We're just endlessly collect resources, and
Aaron, I guess you have to kind of see this beautiful, mean machine that I attempted. It doesn't work as well as we want it. So I have to redesign. Where are you?
it just hop down. Nice. I've done something like this.
I just want it to like do better. It just doesn't work quite as well as I need it to.
You have to measure. You have to go up 1 block, basically.
Yeah, noticed. But it just doesn't connect as well as I want it. So I'm gonna, I don't know,
That's
swing
with it.
it, something else. Oh jeez, I might kill the crap out of
I
myself.
had a setup like this, and I really liked it.
But it just,
It got
yeah.
stuff on the ground way
There's
better
a good,
than
it
I
hits
thought
the
it would.
ground. but my only problem is it doesn't get even connection as well as I want it. So we're gonna, oh geez,
Woo!
find the drop.
So this is Depug's car. This is version
8 or 9
8
or
or
10 or
9,
12.
probably.
Yeah, I've done a lot.
This is our deluxe cow pen. So I don't know, maybe I'm weird. I like to have a cow kicking around close on hand. So we set him up. He's got air conditioning. He's got shade. He's got it made in the shade. We bring him corn. Alright, so we've got this little jump up. That should stop the bots. And then a little jump up over here. This is the car parking area. You can see we're extending it, kind of messing with stuff. This is Trevor's setup to do some logging. So we were not pulling this off. Early game, first couple days. Like our last 2 times, 3 times, we've pulled off some really good stuff early. But so we go for the car, and then we go for a little base, and then we go for some garden.
Oh boy.
That works too. Yeah, 4th day in this game.
This is our 4th stream. I should maybe say that. Of this world.
Yeah,
4th day streaming this world. I think that's getting a little confusing. We've done this for like, I don't know. We all have probably a combined 1,000 hours plus in this game. We all have, I've got 200. These other guys have like 2 or 3, 400 hours.
3 or
We
400,
played a
maybe
bit.
500.
I
That's
think
I'd
I'm
have
really
to
quick
look
when it
again.
comes to playtime. Alright,
Yeah, this is the 4th day in this game on this map.
oh boy. That's intense.
So this is our garden area. I just kind of jerry-rigged some defenses up. This is what I've come up with so far. Kind of flipping through as they come around. Some of them, sometimes they're happy, they go right through. I don't know what that's. Oh, maybe it's just because it's on a motor. But as they come through and hit this part, on some of them, they're not happy. So that's what that noise is. If they hit on this side, it should push them away. And if they walk on this side of the bearing, it should pull them into this and squish them and instant kill them. So that's my idea anyways. Eventually this will go back. We'll try to make a square and get as many garden areas as we can back here. We usually do plots of 30, I think it is a
Well, but we need to do our plot of at least like 100 or so.
yeah, so
Some
we'll
point.
do
Maybe not
30
stuff for the base.
and we'll just keep doing groups of 30 until we've run out of room. Uh, right now we are low on soil. Let's drop some of this stuff off.
All right. How well will this work? That's the question of the day. Oh my goodness. Uh.
Mhm.
Oh boy, it just ate the entire rock.
Nice.
Like, it just destroys rocks in seconds. Like, everything's broken now.
We broke it. We broke the game. Everything's broke.
The bot following me and a giant rock fell from the sky and landed on it.
Alright, well, thank you for the raid. Thanks for hanging out.
So many contact points. It's fantastic. Ha. Alright, I'm happy. I'm happy with this one.
Yeah, let's give you a follow. Good luck on hitting affiliate. About halfway there. Keep at it.
Well, I'll get there at some point. Hey, yo.
I will
Alright,
catch you around.
getting it. This engine needs more torque. Because I've got too many pieces trying to spin at once. Alright, I'm gonna have to come back later. Or just deal with this later. No, I really should deal with this now. Yeah.
No idea when I planted stuff. Let's get rid of this so they're busy over here. Ooh. That was
I need to
close.
like drop these. Actually, I can just lower my suspension by 3 knots. And that should drop the whole car. Just a smidge. Okay, there we go. Now it scrapes the ground.
And you can hit all those pesky pieces that are barely sticking out.
For the most part.
You need to make it so you can adjust your suspension without getting out of your seat.
2 buttons, one that increases, one that decreases. It just takes 2 buttons. Yeah, it's pretty nifty actually. I am not mad about that. I think this guy needs to be a little. Oh my goodness gracious! Don't walk on the drills.
No, there's not like to be walked on.
Drop that just a smidge. I think it's a little lopsided.
Double KO. You need to save back at the base since you moved your bed and I lost my save spot.
Gotcha. Sorry. I don't remember picking up the bed anytime recently, so.
It probably wasn't recent.
Gotcha. You just don't find nearly as often as I do.
Have been recently, but
I might need to run here in about a couple of minutes and get something done for like 30 minutes, and then probably be back after that. Just a heads up.
I've kind of been thinking that like we're lucky to be pulling off as many streams as we have as it gets
Very much
closer and closer to the holidays.
So I've just got to deal with some family stuff as well as work stuff, but I don't know.
I know I have time, but
I just have people here.
yeah, I didn't think we would be pulling off everyone getting together. 'Cause
I was able to kind of snipe it.
part of me says, oh no, we're not doing our thing, we're not being as consistent as we have been, and another part of me goes, it's the holidays. I'm amazed that we're pulling off any streams at all.
I got family here, both of them. There's like 2 families, so got all sorts of people and things to do.
Yeah, I've got a pretty small family. Not a lot of people in the state.
I need to convince the park to let me blacksmith this week. It's not open, and I want it to be. So I've got stuff I want to do. It's a little interesting on how it mines, but like you can just drive into a giant pile of like loose rocks and they will all get ground up.
Yep.
Like there's just so much contact.
Mhm.
Oh, darn it. Oh, I've got beets, thank goodness. I was gonna say I'm out here just like gonna starve. I guess I have my bed as well, so no worries. But still.
And then, like, I know that I have more opportunities, but I'm still less inclined to stream by myself.
That's fine.
I'm,
Whatever
I've
makes you happy.
gotten past like most of that, but
Sometimes streaming on yourself is really boring is the problem.
mhm,
Or maybe not boring, but it's like so empty. It's
I
just
haven't
you.
built my community up to where they are super reliable with like who shows up in chats, and
Yeah.
sometimes it's super chatty and everyone has comments and stories and wants to say hi and get to know me. And other times it just goes absolutely dead.
It's not the best, but it does work. Um, I think it is slightly better, at least for like, so if you don't want to get out of the fight at all, this is a significantly easier way.
Big improvement that way.
Like, yeah, it's you don't have to leave. You can get every single piece pretty easily by hand or with the drills because they kind of push it towards the middle rather than just push it away. So that sucks it into itself and then into more drills.
Nice. So if you put two pieces of toilet paper on top of each other, it
Yeah.
turns into paper towel.
Oh. So is that how they make paper towels?
It is in
They
Scrap
just go in
Mechanic.
and buy toilet paper, glue it to itself. Ah, yes, paper towels. Lucrative business.
How paper towels were created in the Scrap Mechanic world.
Oh, jeez. I need to get a second fuel tank for these drills at some point. Alright, where do I keep throwing this piece? I'm just done chasing after it. Alright, perfect. I guess I will come back, and then I might disappear for like 30 minutes, and then come back, and work from there.
You dokie.
After I hit this... Oh, there's a rock there. I missed it. Alright. I'll leave this back at the base. Y'all are still welcome to use it as per usual. I won't care. You need it.
Just
Take it.
don't try not to let it get ripped in half.
Please. No,
Uh,
that's just a general rule for anything. Just don't get it destroyed. Like, just don't get the base destroyed. Don't get Trevor's car destroyed. This car destroyed.
Don't
Don't get the cow ripped apart.
get into a fight with the farm bot with the car.
No. It's in your probably not your best interest. Actually, instead of just AFK, I think I might preserve my hunger and just go to the main menu. Yeah, just gonna do that. Alright, I'll be back. And trouble.
Yeah.
Ooh, spooky. I'll be back.
Oh, the soil. Might as well take the seeds. And the trumpet. Because toilets. Dead end? What? Are we gonna find any more free soil bags from the road? So, fruit stand type deal. We'll have to go down this much more dangerous road. It is the fruit packaging. Here we go. Here we go. So much hatred. How much longer till we get the big update for Scrap Mechanic?
No idea.
And once they come out with it, are we gonna get like Raft? Are we gonna get a couple steady updates? Or
Yeah.
are they gonna, like, I wish they would fall into a schedule, basically.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna get updates monthly, bi-monthly, yearly, whatever it is, fall into a schedule. Guess I'll have to try to look and see if there's some alternative microphones that aren't as expensive.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't really want to get the cheapest model. Especially when the next model up, everyone seems to be happy with pretty much.
Yeah.
The next model up is kind of like the standard for, or it was the standard for pro streamers.
Yeah.
Depending on what you're doing, it's probably gone up or sideways. If you're doing music or whatever, then you need a good mic. But
Yep.
so they may have gone up with their mics, and other people, like there's a couple other brands now,
Mm.
but they're all pretty much in the same price range. Alright. Anyone in chat remember what I was supposed to do when I got back to base? Bonus points? Anybody? Anybody? Magnesium, but everything's good. Yeah. Got options. Options, I tell you. Options. See, that there is why you have tubing. Where else can you watch water get sucked in and bottled water go into the chest? Come on. I think we need more of this, not less. I want to go overboard with this. I'm just running there. So and now then get the oil. Need more storage. You wanna make a couple chests?
Sure, why not? The big ones.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, just
too far away from that or pumped will quit working. But let's see if we can go grab a little bit of glue. Should be plenty. These are spiked. Alright, just gonna drop off this chest. Makes us really slow. We don't need chemicals, so it should be pretty good. Go. Yeah. Yes. And let's get fancy. Yeah. Why? Because no, no. Yeah. And just be fancy then. Let's do weird fancy stuff then. Because why not? That's not it. That is not fancy enough. Sorry. That is unnecessarily fancy. ceiling's not tall enough now. I have to move it. What do you think? Just fancy? Yes, yes.
Very fancy.
There. Look, we need more piping. More.
Now I've extended this platform.
Nah. I think these need a piece of pipe in between them. So we go really big. Yep.
If you want to go big. If you want to, you can turn it, but everything on this side block this wall right here. I haven't done anything yet. It's up to you.
You know the best part of this, right?
What?
Pug's gonna come back and be like, "What? But why?
The heck?
But but but
Hey, we made the platform bigger. We gotta make it rearrange everything.
all right, Trevor, can you access all the chests?
So yeah, we're trying out with the 4 bottom ones. Okay, this one I can get to.
Yes. You can.
This one I can get to. That one. That one. That one. That one. And that one the very top.
We need more
And
circuit
that one's the
boards.
very top. Alright, got to all of them.
We need more circuit boards because I want to put the piping in between them.
Yeah. That's gonna be so funny.
Or we could do something else. That'd be kind of funny too.
Hmm.
We can turn it into art. We can have like sideways pieces come off it, and then a straight piece, and then a chest.
Yeah.
And then you have from the other side, you have it go the other direction. Like we could do some funky stuff with this.
Yeah.
But we need more circuit boards.
Alright.
And probably components for. We have 15. We could make a couple more chests. We also need to work on the garden a little bit. But and we need to weld the at least whatever part we'd like to keep of this.
Yeah, now I expanded this out more. We can rearrange more stuff around.
says it doesn't want to go anywhere. It clips everywhere. Let's do and then the other side. Right, there we go. There. We have saved our craziness. It was a close call, but yeah, don't this chest setup just scream why?
Yep.
I don't know what else to say about this. Why?
Different luck.
How, maybe? Not really, but kind of.
Boy, it's why and who and when.
Almost tempted to end the stream early, so the next time I'll be back with that.
Yep.
Did you guys do this while I wasn't around? In between streams, or no? Did this on stream? You can go back and watch. I think next, probably very quickly, more so than I would like, I'm gonna have to get a desk and rearrange my room, which probably means getting rid of some furniture.
Yeah.
Which normally would mean have a yard sale. You know, store stuff away for a yard sale, but I don't know. Hopefully it'll be warm. Hopefully I can get away with my setup that I have, plus a new chair. But who knows? I'm kind of thinking might not work as well as I think. We shall see. Anyway, I always need to keep improving things.
Yep.
Nothing else, I need to put it on my wish list and go do some window shopping, basically. Wow, I did not see a cow, but I saw the explosion.
Interesting.
Then I got hit by the Topbot head, I think. Or just either landed really close or like actually hit me so close. Probably would ragdoll you if it hit you.
Yeah.
Cow. Put down all that corn for you. And keep going somewhere up a wall or something. You can rock climb. Cow. That right there is why I like to have a domesticated cow, nice and pinned in. Not these stupid ones. But hey, they're good for something.
Yep.
Sandwich. Wonder if we'll get a desert bot.
Oh, that'd be interesting to have.
On a farming world that's been terraformed and has satellites and should be weather controlled.
Yeah.
We shouldn't have desert areas. Of course, crazy AI might kind of mess up your beautiful weather satellites.
Mm-hmm.
But you could also have bots that would be trying to correct or speed up the process of terraforming. Like, say you took some place like Mars and you wanted to turn it into the whole planet into a farm. You might on occasion find spots that were harder to terraform than other places, or kind of convert back after a while, or
Yeah. No idea.
so you could have bots to kind of combat that, try to fast track it.
Yeah.
Oh no, now we're gonna get a number of bots. It's kind of interested to know how they're gonna figure into the story and the lore. I still don't really get what the heck the green bots. Alright, so the hay bots feed the cows, or, put hay out for the cows. The farm bots are like a huge harvester.
Yep.
What the heck are the little green guys doing? Walking around, whipping everything. On a farm, what job do these guys have?
Good question.
I mean, they're fun to fight and all, but you're gonna have constructor bots, and there's buildings, there's whole wrecked little cities, and
Yep.
so they don't have to just have farming stuff. They can branch out a little bit. They shouldn't go
Yeah.
crazy, but I don't know, they could give us some different bots. not tied to farming. Like the tape bots look more like act more like a security bot than they do any type of farm equipment.
Yeah.
And it makes sense that they're all beat up. And they'd be in the front line and like most of these games, they need like different levels of the same bot.
Yeah.
So you have like your Hey bot, level 1. Like, there's fresh off the production line and they went crazy. Level 2. They've been crazy for a little bit. They've been out, you know, rioting and collecting resources and whatever crazy robots do, they've been doing that, and they have some battle scars on them, and some upgrades, and some possibly some of them have missing components, or you know.
Yep.
And then you just keep going. You have the next level, they've been out even longer, they have more scars, they have more stories to tell. I think they should be wearing the loot that they drop for you.
Mm-hmm.
I think that'd be a kind of funny way to get random loot in the game.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
What if you could get some of the warehouse loot by killing high-grade enemies? And you have to make it so they're hard to kill, that they're like a mini boss, basically.
Yeah.
Put some depth into the game, and if you can go raid this not warehouse, but just a little building like I'm in, and you can raid the next 3, but the one in the center has a mini boss in it.
Mm-hmm.
And then like you just keep doing that. Basically, you have the hay bots that went crazy. You have the farm bots, different levels. You have the whip bots, and the little blue guys. And they're the only ones that they actually have levels. This is what makes me think that they should just
Mm-hmm.
do this more. You can have a blue guy with a regular Spudling gun, or with the Gatling gun, Spudling.
Yeah.
So why not have more variation? Why not have some guys that punch and do like 10 damage, and then another guy has it upgraded pitchfork, whatever. He's taken multiple pitchforks and welded them together, all as fallen brothers. And
Yeah, that's nice.
so, yeah, you come up against a guy that has like 2 or 3 pitchforks that does 2 or 3 times the damage, but you don't have a lot of them. Like, you get one per building, you get one tougher than that for every 5 buildings that are grouped together, or whatever his little area is that he's claimed.
Yep.
You could have people drop just one little piece of loot, just like one poster from the warehouse that they're wearing as a cape. Who knows what they'll do this game? Like, it's not new by any means, but they're adding new stuff to it, so who knows what direction they're headed.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll get some clues. Sooner rather than later. But who knows? Alright, so if you find these fields, here we go right here, and they're big enough, and you look over and you find one of these little green areas, and this is going to be a group of large hay bales with a canopy with a tarp thrown over them. In this area, you should find a bathtub. Now, Depugs didn't find this one. He found a bathtub. I don't know if he found that bathtub. I do not know where he has been wandering around. In this world. But let's go have a look. Bathtubs are kind of one of those specialty items. They're only a couple locations. Hey Jacob, what's up? This one may have been cleared out, but let's go look and see if we can find ourselves a bathtub. Looks like it may have been looted. Alright, but if you see this huge pallet of hay, I'm doing alright. Kinda running around, avoiding this place for a little bit longer. We need to go get set up. That should be a bathtub one. But I think Depug's got to it. God, you stupid bot. Never find those. Yeah, and sometimes you can find a farm location by these, or in them even. I wish I could find the farm one and steal all the soil. I hear you see me. Come say hello to the water. You like water? Oh, it feels good, don't it? You want to come play in the water? Come on. Come on. Yeah, I like this. I think he must have found this one. I almost got to another one way out over there. But then I remembered that I had no food because I died. So I decided to turn around and go get my death bag and some food. And now I've been out looking for circuit boards so I can make more glass tubing because I think it's cool. Whoa, computer's freaking out. Alright, I think we just crashed, failed to create dump file. And the game crashed. Alright, we've got 10 minutes. Should we get it back up? Sure, let's try.
Yeah, get back up. At least get some stuff cleaned up.
Yeah, I'm kind of far away from base. That was weird though, like from my end, the screen, I don't think you guys got to see this, but my screen went black and then it flickered like on and off really quick. And Uh, then, like, the screen just went black. Weird. These guys that I killed, these two bots, are dead, but I spawned back in the water, like before I had killed them, where I was hanging out.
Weird.
That's not good. Jacob says they've been having the dump file bug.
Oh, interesting.
And it didn't give me any option to like create a report or send a bug report, or it just crashed and there's like a little white box saying what type of crash it was, but no like give your feedback or.
That's weird.
And then as soon as I clicked it, the game was like, oh yeah, we crashed. And just died.
Weird.
Yeah. And you think it's related to the warehouse crash, the elevator? Because that's the one that's been killing us, is the garment box.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Well, that's what he said in his, the first part of his statement.
Oh. Gotcha.
Right, well, we just went to a new world to get away from that. Well, hopefully this is all getting looked at. It sounds like they're focused on this game right now. And unfortunately, with video games, part of like making things better and even fixing things is breaking them a little bit. And it really kind of sucks, especially as the consumer paying for all of it. And I want to pay for a smooth experience, not. But this is also pre-release, and like for being a pre-release game, this is seems pretty stable, pretty nice. Like it's been out for a long time, but part of adding in new features and trying to make it better is messing up what's there, and then you try to make that stable and then mess it up more. But hopefully having more of their team, I think they split their team between Raft and Scrap Mechanic, and Raft is getting, more attention on some levels, so like it makes a lot of sense that they get more attention. They've gotten all the last major updates. But it sounds like they've flipped that and are going to a skeleton crew for Raft that can take care of patches and won't be making new big updates, won't be making new content for it. And instead, all of that effort should be going into this game. So hopefully we'll get the attention of all the people that need to be showing this game love and fixing it and adding more cool stuff to it. Yeah, the survival mode is the new part, so to get some story will be really fun. Yeah, it makes sense that like they're having the issues that they are. It just like this game was in creative mode for the longest time. That's what they had. So it's cool to see it doing more. So this is our wall of chess, our tower of chess, our yeah, it's awesome. I don't know what we call it, but yeah, it's dandy. Yeah, and anything that's new in a game is gonna act weird for a bit. And alright, I don't want to hear David ever complain about the chess being too close together and you can't find stuff and
Yep. Hmm.
I've looked at some of the stuff a little bit, but not as much as I probably should.
I'm gonna move the bed real quick.
But I just remember to save
Ah,
there.
I'm just moving it out of the way just a little bit more. Like right there.
I just have to remember to stay.
Yep. Yeah, I'm just scooting everything to the new wall now. Nothing in the walking space.
What? Yep, there we go. Okay. You it up. Chess. Everything be happy. Come on. I want the bottom one right up.
I don't know, maybe both pipes out again and we put them back in.
I already did that.
Try it again. Oh, because the other two are on top or already in the loop.
They should all, it lights up to let you know that the connection's made.
I don't know.
Light up. It's Christmas. Light up. Pull stuff around. showing it. It's broken. It's all broken. It should have to pull the sand, make sand, pull it over back to the end part.
Yeah.
So it should have to. It's not doing it. It's broken. It did it a little bit at the very beginning and then it quit.
Hmm.
I don't get it. I don't get it. I got a garment box. Let's wrap this up. This has been fun, but it's 1 o'clock.
No, just might just have to make 2 more chests. Just put those 2 L pipes in.
Yep. If you won't function the way I want, I will have to do something even weirder.
Yep.
But we need more circuit boards again.
And we'll probably do that next time.
Yep. So, thank you guys. Let's look and see if there's someone around we can raid. If there's anyone new, hop on the Discord. We do some cool stuff over there. Try to keep in touch, build our little community, and look. Don't see anyone small. Let's see if there's let's see who's on scrap. Oh, we got a people.
Hello?
Sorry. I didn't see.
Hello?
No one little over there. Might not have anyone to raid. Yeah, I think we're just gonna call it here. I don't see anyone around, but I know or any small people we can kind of help out. So let's call it here and we can go hang out and do some stuff tomorrow. Have a great one. Stay safe, be good, all that stuff. Yada yada. We'll catch you later.